I think everything is fine. As always, I never know, but I think everything is fine. Hi, welcome on in. It's Tuesday officially, at least for me, and I hope you're good. I'm trying to make the Discord work, but obviously it doesn't. As a thing happened. Uh, how was your Monday? Knowing that today is Tuesday. How's everything? I was, I tried something right before we started stream, which wasn't the greatest idea, but yeah, it happened. It happened. It's okay. Ooh. I basically ate some jalapenos before stream, which is never good. It's never good. anyways, waiting for the people that arrive later, because that's usually the thing. I think we're gonna finish that fucking thing just to make sure that we have that working. But yeah, I'm looking at the representation of things and where stuff are located. Some of the difference that we have is on the screenshot that we have from Title UI. The icon is on the top right, whereas on the screenshot that we have, screenshot component that we have, the icon is in the center, which I think is better. But thinking about it, if it was aligned this way, we could potentially have that a tad bigger and potentially have a bit more space. So that could be interesting, maybe. Thinking about it, could be like 18 semi-bold, and then overall maybe being at 0 would help. It's technically the same. Like it's the same height, so we could do that. I think the center is better. Mainly because most of the time this will be like either a chevron or an arrow, and not necessarily that. So I think that's okay. I think that's okay. So in terms of how things are made, we have one of these followed by one of these. That's the base, and then what we have is 5 of the pages, which I think personally would be in some sort of a page name thing rather than not. So we have a frame here called like pages. What did I say? Pages. And then that's our profile thing section. And so this entire thing is gonna also be in another layout frame called top. And so from top we also have obviously bottom. So if that's our top, we also have a version of bottom that will be this. And instead of having the menu at the top, it will be at the bottom, and we have something around 2 elements in the bottom section. So we can do that, and then this entire thing is going to take another layout frame around these, And instead of having 100, we have something that is auto, so you can just type A and type enter. Ashley, hi, welcome on in. How is you? How was your morning and all that? And so if we take like 8, 8, because that's the easiest, I think. And if this is our sidebar, not sidebar, sidebar. Oh shit, I can't type. This will take an elevation of probably -10. Or technically 0. No, probably -10. Probably -10, but then this thing is gonna have some sort of a some sort of an elevation around it, like that. Right, that's the representation we want, kinda. So that at 16, that at 8. Yeah. That seems like a pretty okay option. Let's fill container, and let's make sure that that is 900 in height, so that we have like a regular size for now. One of the things that I can see here is the section for the pages are more inside than the section for the headers. I'm thinking maybe we can have somewhere around 8. 8 seems to almost center that. I mean, not almost, it does center the icon to the icon, so we will do that. 8, 8 around these pages. And then for security, we're gonna take that with fill container, everything here in fill container, so it's like resize properly, and then these two, everything inside is gonna fill container. You guessed it. Pretty simple. Yeah. So that we have everything kinda good. I don't know if I want to have this as a component, or if I want to have this as a preset. I'm thinking component would be useful to just like drag and drop a sidebar. However, if I do component, I'm 100% sure that you, as the user, it's you will unlink it and add more or less pages depending on your need. So you might not need 5 pages, you might need 8, and you might not need the bottom section, so you may probably add or remove some pages. So I don't like that. But if I make that as a component, then you have quick access to it and you can just say, well, I want that. In which case, as soon as I make it as a component, I also need to have the side version. Really? Can I kill people once again? That how? How is that saved and not in my fucking search? Makes no sense. Makes no sense. Anyways, so if this is our sidebar that we have and we're good with that, then we also need a variation of this being small, I think. So we can call that sizes, even though I don't like that, but size default size small. Let's make that an auto layout this way for now. And so these are gonna take that and that out, that and that out. Should I just do this? Yes. That would be much faster. We do that, and then same thing here. What's the size of this? 48 plus 32. I can't do that in my head. 48 plus 32. So that gives us full sidebar and small sidebar. We're kind of good with that. It's pretty simple. It's kind of sad actually to have just your name living alone there, far away. A single hello. So as long as we have this, I think we're good. Meaning here, for the system that we need to have, I have a feeling that this should probably be somewhere around the 60% opacity while not hovered. Same thing here, so it's less visible but still visible. And then we could do that for the pages, but I don't know. Maybe. Let's do these two in active so that we always have a selected page. And let's call that preview so that, well, we have some type of preview available in there. That makes sense. I mean, what would make sense here would be to have names that, well, make sense. So. Shit. Aha. I knew something was wrong. Really feel like this is not the greatest. Menu option active. What the fuck? Did I do that? I don't think I did. Yeah, it's a duplicate from the menu tag, but it's not the same. So I kind of need to not like that. Kind of need to unselect all of the variations shit that we have, and make sure that currently they are all like slate 12, except the subtext is gonna be probably slate 11, so that makes sense. At least that makes more sense. And here, let's say we have workspace and category for now. I don't know, that's the thing. So home, not home, different type of home. Home project, workshops, maybe. What else can we have? Team. And then methods. I don't think that works, but kind of does. So if that's a workspace, what type of icon do we have? Let's say it's that icon, because I have no ID. Let's use the home for home project. Let's use our box. That's usually what I do for my project. It's in a box. Workshop are gonna be the wrench, because that's the thing. I don't know why. Users, regular for teams, methods. That's a good question. What could be a method? Method is the settings icon. Maybe I can just do that. Pretty good. And then here, one of the things that we could do is, and also that's kind of annoying, but it's a thing. We could have that being like a user instead of a users. Probably should take an avatar, but we never know. One of these two is going to be the minimize, and I'm thinking about the top one, even though I don't want it to be the top one, but I have a feeling that that's easier. And that would be the arrow. One of these. That. So this doesn't have an icon. An expendable icon, and that would be the settings, I guess. Right, that seems like a good option. Technically speaking, the home is not an expendable element. The project is, the workshop is, the team isn't, and the methods isn't necessarily. So we can just take like project as a representation of that, so that we have one option that is expendable and the rest isn't. And that's a pretty good option so far. Pretty happy with that as an option. And if I do this and I take that into small, cool. I now have my small version with the exact same variation. Feels okay. One of the things that we we need to have is a secondary version of the navigation pages, because some pages may have sub pages with an opening option. So the presentation that we have is this. Let's just look for sidebar. I think sidebar would be enough to search. I just want a reference. I could just go on Jordan page, but whatever. Yeah, so we can have something like this, and I'm thinking about either creating just a title or creating something else. There is a child screaming outside. I don't know why that happens. So if these are options, let's duplicate all. Let's call that subpages. Oh no, these are state. No, these are the state makes sense. The state makes sense, but we need a new oh shit, no. We need a size, I guess. It's a shit, not a boolean. It's a variant size, which is currently set to main, like main page or page main and page sub, but I guess that will help. And so my sub pages have the same behavior in terms of highlight, but they do not have these. However, they will have something a bit different when it comes to that. So let us do these. So we keep the how's it fucking called? We keep the section. Jerome, hi. Good morning to you too. And we also don't have the expandable option, that's for sure. How was your day? How is your day going? All that, you know, classic question. And this thing, technically, I should rename that trail. I know. Trail is kind of weird, but it works. And so this is gonna take a 2-pointer centered to the page. And we are gonna take that, I guess, non-clipping. Cool. That seems like a fun time, not so fun time, fun time. I've been having like this weird ass thing with myself being feeling weird. I don't exactly know how to explain it. It's just like it feels like I'm gonna throw up without having that same feeling at the same time, and it depends on the location of myself. If I'm like tired, not tired, and it's not great. But I mean, it sounds bad. It's not as bad as it sounds. Let's say that. Oh shit! I forgot to do that. I shouldn't. I shouldn't have done that. We have too much pages to use that component thing. Specifically if it's inside of a component. What type of bug are you fixing? Did you fix the bug? That's mainly the question. Did you find a solution to the issue you had? Alright, so trail. I mean, technically, it would be faster if I just did that. Right, that way these are component as well. So, we have that. Let's make another layout frame. Let's make that. I mean, technically, if I did that this way, that would be better, but can I be bothered? Yes. I didn't. I didn't take enough rest, that's for sure. I know that. I should have taken more rest. And all, but yes, boredom took over, and I don't like it. It's kind of weird because I've had this kind of feeling thing of not feeling well that much, and like it should pass at some point, right? Should it? It should pass. I'm just trying to make these better. So they all start with first. Oh, and we have single as well. Yeah, that's the thing. Let's take single, put it at the bottom, and just get rid of the fucking line in the visibility so that it just goes away. I think last Monday, I mean not yesterday, but like last week, I took. It was really not great in terms of the day. Monday or Sunday, I forgot. And I spent something like 20 hours in bed on the 24th of the day. And I felt bad. Like more bad than when I did something the previous days or when I'm doing something now. So there is that. But also it's really weird. My body is telling me, it was sending me signals of things that I shouldn't or should do, and yeah, I'm not listening, obviously. I should. If we have a page with sub-pages, can it be retracted? I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think it can be. One of the things that I said to Stony last 2 weeks ago is if really I feel bad, which is, it could happen, the thing that I can do is basically like shit, small. It's basically just create a new schedule that is like less days of streaming. The thing is, it's not the streaming that bring me not feeling well. It's the not doing anything, which is sad. It makes sense, but it's still sad. So if we have sub pages, because that's the thing, let's say that these 3 things are supposed to be sub pages. These are supposed to be in an auto layout frame as well, and they should be at 0. And then that is gonna be the sub page, with this one being, oh, I should do that, with these having an instant swap called sub, and technically, right, this is trail. I don't think that works as I wanted it to work, but yeah. We need that, technically. Refused, hi, welcome on in. Good morning, I guess. How was you? And let's take a variant called pages default, and then these ones are pages sub, for the sake of all that. So if, again, if this is expanding, then we have chevron down. Damn it, that's the wrong fucking thing. Then we have a chevron down here, and it's expanded. And if it's a minimized version of said page, it's like so. I do not know if I like this. Yeah, kind of same, I guess. Even though it doesn't show, I think I probably have some sort of anxiety thing going on. Denny, hi. Welcome on in. It's going. Let's say that. I've had the same thing that happens every time, which is at 4:30, and I'm starting stream at 6. Most of the time, like an hour and a half before stream, I'm on my bed and I'm like, you know what? It could be nice if I took a nap. And then I wake up at 5 and I'm like, I should have napped. So that happened. Right? That feels weird. I feel like this is a wrong option. It should be smaller. Um, yeah, and then I'm like tired the whole day, even though I shouldn't be. It's just, it's not great. Hmm. I have doubts, lots of it. Hmm. What do you mean, Denny? Do I go from Francois to raging English? What do you mean? What do you mean? Uh, yeah, that's better. Okay, cool. So that's okay, and then oh no, the afternoon nap is a usual thing for me, kinda. Like the thing I've been doing, even though I wouldn't or didn't really want to do that, it still has happened. So I had to, but yeah, I don't know. Ah, I don't like it. Something is wrong. Something is wrong. And also, I feel like the harvest dates are also wrong, as in, it shouldn't use green, it should use something like a white version instead, for readability and ease of use. So I'm gonna do that and just get rid of the fucking backgrounds and shit that we have. So, slate alpha 1 for everyone, and maybe no border specifically for these, and no shadows either, so that we are pretty okay. Except potentially this one, even though the disabled version of that shouldn't exist. Like, that's something that I said before. But a page that we have that isn't, um, like, is on the navigation but isn't active feels kind of weird, but I'm gonna keep them as always, just for the sake of saking. So if we are doing that, that means that my hover 2 is gonna be for just hover, and slate 3 for active, and then active hover. It's gonna take that. Yeah, I. You're not as old as me. Let me say that. So it makes sense. But uh, I yeah, you don't there is a point where you don't really give a fuck. So yeah, that happened. Maybe. Oh, that's true. Sorry. Just thought about that. should be the opposite arrow here. Ah. It's one of these, the opposite side. Where the fuck you at? Here. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of not the right thing to do, saying that, but I do understand it. It's not the right thing. So why is that not the same? Why is that? Oops. Punishing yourself for how you look is not a great thing, and it will inevitably give you the yo-yoing effect, where you think you look not good, and then you try to do something about it, and it works, but then you go back to the previous section and back and forth. It's easier to try to implement like subtle changes that will not give you results by punishing yourself, so not giving you results soon, but will give you results in the long run. Yeah. Maybe it's not. I'm gonna say something that maybe you not agree with, but maybe it's not too much food. Maybe it's enough food, but not at the right times. Have you thought about that? Because that also helps often. Why do we have a loading screen? That made no sense. So you could have the right amount of food for yourself, for your body at that instant, but you were taking it like either too early or too soon or too late, and you end up being like unregulated. And so maybe you can do something different. Maybe. I don't know. 320, 320. That makes sense. We have 24 in between, so that means that in between that and that we have, yeah. I've seen that in the past for me, like not eating in the morning and being absolutely hungry by like 11, or eating in the morning and not being hungry until 4. So depending on where you start, like your food intake, sometimes it's better, sometimes it's worse. So you need to check that out. Maybe that you can have something in there that is interesting. I don't know. I don't know. That seems okay. It's half good. Yeah. The thing is, being disciplined doesn't give you anything. It could, but it doesn't really. That feels like an okay thing so far. Let me just frame that with an 80, and let's do 24 24, so that makes sense. You know what, let's do 40 40 so that we have enough space for the titles of each sections. And that is sidebar previews. And then if we duplicate these, technically I should change that background to elevation 0. Should I do that? Or should I go further down? -30, just for the sake of it. Maybe. Yeah. Nah. Fair enough. And that's my sidebar in light mode, so it's darker. That makes sense. However, my active state is not great. It's okay, but it's not great. I have a feeling that it could take a color like these. So we're gonna do that, right? Ah, shit. Are we gonna do that? We're not gonna do that because I'm lazy as fuck. But yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. That's pretty not good though. I don't know why this is giving me like a dark version. I mean, it's solid 12. But then that is not the same. Why? Unsure. Why are you speaking French? That's the question. From me to you. Why are you speaking French now? Also, this is wrong. This is wrong. Let's get rid of the background altogether, so that makes sense. And then the section that is here is gonna have an auto layout. Shit, the section that is here is gonna have an auto layout frame around it at 0, so that they are linked together better, and we can potentially on the bottom of this have an 8 to push the content a bit for separation. I've been having a bit of a weird thing going on, which is not related to French whatsoever, but it's just, I guess, related to me. Since this morning, I've had this arm, the left one, that is kind of cold, kind of like, you know, if you sleep on your arm and then you wake up and you have no sensation. It still works, but just have no sensation and things. I have had that since this morning, and that's kind of weird. So I don't know. I also received my test result from my blood samples, and everything is fine, so that pisses me off as well. It just, I don't get it. I wish something was wrong with me. I know that's a weird thing to say, but I do wish that something was wrong with me so I can fix it. But yeah, I had the result, everything is fine. Pisses me off. I don't get it. Yeah, I did. Max, hi. Good morning to you too. I did some, how's it called? Peg deck? Yeah. Which shouldn't, because I did that this morning as well. So, like 2 days ago, I did the same thing, but just, like, it shouldn't it feels like there is a vein on artery that is like blocked, so I don't have enough blood going to that hand, even though I can move the same way. I have the same sensation and thing. It's just like it's cold, but it's not cold if you. I think if you take a thermometers to both hands, they are the same temperatures. Maybe they have like a 0.2 degrees difference, as things can happen. It's just an internal feeling. So I don't know. I've been trying to release anything, and yeah, I don't know. It's weird. I don't get it. That's okay. That's okay. Damn, these icons are great. I don't know who created them, but looking pretty good. I like that. It's not as visible on the headers, though. Like, it's not an elevation thing. So maybe we can change that. We're using the elevation for the background here, an elevation -10, so we could use like a lighter version, but I don't really know. I don't really know. Let me check that. I think I haven't. Yeah, I haven't. That is kind of weird. The fact that this icon here is smaller than this icon here. Technically, they should be the same, but that's kind of weird. So we're gonna change that quickly. So this is 24 by 24, and this here is 32 by 32. So let's change the size. 24 by 24 for everything, and that should be good. Yeah. It's not centered now. That's the thing that is. Oh no, it is. I said nothing. Forget about it. That's better. Cool. Seems okay. Seems okay. I just don't like this. I feel like it's not visible enough when you compare both versions. But yeah, we have to check that. So this is going there. That makes sense. If I click and going here, this is going. Oh, this is working as well. What the fuck then? Why? Why is that? Oh, it wasn't working, but it's working now. Yeah, it feels like this would be better in terms of visibility. I don't know. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. So we have a sidebar now. Sidebar, like regular sidebar. The other thing that I said we would need to have in the navigation section would be the pagination. I hate it. I'm gonna say that now. I think pagination is not necessary unless you're navigating on keyboard, in which case it's absolutely necessary. But technically, shouldn't exist. So, how do we make that? Is it button, button, button? I think it's button, button, button. So one button for previous, one button for the current pages, one button for next. That's okay. And then potentially we could have another version which is a drop down. So it gives us the drop down option. Yeah, it has a teeny tiny amount of green-ish, bluish type things. Like it's in the blues, so that's why it feels green, and that's why I used teal as a main color. One of the things that we could or should do is play with the grays. Like, shit, I clicked on the fucking wrong thing again. When you look at these, we have so many different grays. Like, for example, the mauve would be the gray that I would use for Stony, for example, because I know that his main color in general is purple. So to have that match, but then because we have themes, we went with something like the stone version that we have. I don't think we have on Radix anymore, but it's basically the gray dark. So yeah, but slate is kind of bluish. I think sage could be really green. And so one of these gray that we have here could be really, really interesting for Stony to have as a switch at the same time as the color of the theme. So if he switched the main color and the gray base, that would be great. But that's a lot of ask. A lot of ask, let's say that. But yeah, I kind of think it could be interesting to get my my gray somewhere used properly with an abstraction. But right now we're good. Right now, just that. It's fine. It's fine. So let's add a button, not in the component, but in the button. And I have a feeling that in terms of size, we're gonna go 40. So medium. I think that no arrow on this side, button would be previous. Kinda. That would be my arrow left as a starting point, and then in the center we have none of these, center being 1, yay, and then 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, yeah. Let's do 2, 3, that, and 10. Which is kind of sad because the 10 is longer than the rest. So I have a feeling that if I switched everything to 40 by 40 in terms of size, that would be better. And then in terms of visibility, I think a tertiary gray that's not active, and the only one that would be like first one active primary as a button, this one is the selected one. That kind of makes sense to me. And then next to that, we have the opposite. So that is the arrow right, and that's called next. So that section in the center would be an auto layout where it's called pages, names, button, with an auto layout as well. That put that in auto so that it spreads across. Let's do 600 instead of 599. And that's my pagination button. I don't know how to call that. Default. Whatever. So that's option number 1, I think. Option number 2 would be to have kind of the same thing but with a button group instead of that in the center. So I'm gonna change that with a button group. My bad. My content and that's a lot. Let's say no state. Can I get rid of the fucking icon? No, I can't. I need that technically, but I also need this. What is this? Oh, no text. My bad. So it's not no text, it's no icon. That's what I need. I have a feeling that that won't work. Yep, I was right. And the main reason why it doesn't work is because we have the text spacer. If I remove the text spacer, then the text disappears. Fuck me. I said nothing. Let's call that drop down for now, so that I have something that is different. Let's find my input base here with her content. Everything else goes away. That thing is gonna be... Why is that though? Why is that not resizing itself properly? What's the matter? Because some of the things are fixed? What the fuck? Sorry. Yeah. Anyways, this shouldn't have a left button, it shouldn't have a left icon, it shouldn't have a leading text, it should have page 1 as a text, and it should be in a state of filled so that it's highly visible. And then we also have... did I change that? I may have changed that. Maybe I did. Maybe I did. Yeah, I kinda did. I think it's better like this. No label, no helper, so it's the same thing. And then here, no right button, one right button, but that is my page 1, and that state is filled. So we have like a selector type of thing, and one of the IDs that some people have with this is that for some reason they take the number of the page. Hosea, hi, welcome on in. I'm okay. I'm doing better, but I'm still bad. So page 1 is here, and we just have a next, which will cycle through. I just want to make sure that this works in all of our styles, so we're good with that. So it's like default and drop down. Let's call that style, even though it's wrong, but still. Yeah, it's taking way too long to heal, and that pisses me off. But other than that, I'm good. I'm not used to things taking that long, specifically when it comes to recovery, and I'm older. That's it. I'm not gonna lie. That's it. Let me check what Untitled has done for the navigation pagination. I feel like there is like too much shit in there, but nothing against checking. I should search, right? Yeah, I should. Right. So they have this, which makes sense. And then they have... That is the thing that I just did. And they are creating a version with a text button, a version with non-text button. They have these ones, which I don't think is good. Because... Well, I don't think it's good. And technically it's like, if you have a page 1 of 10 and you know 100% that you need to go to page 6, with that you need to click to next and then go to the next page and click to next again, and you need to do that 6 times and scroll every time to the pagination location. Whereas one of these, if you are here and you know you need to go to page 6, you can click on the 3 dots and then it expand and you click on 6. And that makes sense. And with the other version that is the drop down, you have the same exact effect, which is like you select the drop down and that's it. And then if you just want to go next, you go next. One of the things that is kind of weird with this is the previews could be added as well, and just have that in the center, which bitch, what the fuck? No, what in the right? So having something like this as an option, I think that could work as well, but nah, I don't know. Technically, also, I'm thinking about it, but technically state is supposed to be disabled because you cannot go further previous if you're on page 1. But going back to what we said last time about buttons and disable state, it's better to use that with a cursor change that says you can't do that. So we'll keep that for now. Keep that for now. Yeah, and then that's the one that I wanted to do, but for some reason I can't do that specifically in my kit, so we're kind of good. And we have this pagination, but I don't think I want to do that. Not just yet. So, yeah, I guess that's pretty good. I used previews for some reason here. Is that good? I don't think so. Do I care? No. But still. Can I please just slate 12 for everything? Or slate 11 technically. Slate 11 for all of these so that they are sub-level pages, and then on hover, like on this one and this one, if it's the selected one, they go to slate 12. But other than that, I mean, even there, just like making it less visible while checked, so that on hover, yeah, it makes more sense to me to have that. That makes no sense. Whatever. That icon should change. Like this. And it doesn't. Why? 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 So, let's replace that. And then let's change that to my box once again. Because apparently, that's what we need to do. And now it works. For fuck's sake. And now it works. Cool. I don't know. I don't know what I was missing, but I was missing something. That works. That's pretty clean. One of the things that I wish I could do, and maybe we can do that with conditional, and I don't know, which is kind of weird, but still. I wish we could like click on something and the other one disappear as disabled, but I don't know how to do that. So for now, we have to click on something else to be able to do that. It's fine. It's fine. Do I need pagination representation in light? Maybe. Maybe. So we can do that. Yeah. Right. Nah. Makes sense to me. So that we have all of our previews in all the things that we need. And technically speaking, can I play that? No, I can't. Can I play this? I can. Interesting. But does it load? Why? Same thing, same thing. Fuck me. Just because it's not a frame, it doesn't want to load. Okay, cool. Well, at least we have our navigation sidebar and our navigation pagination. That's done. What other types of navigation do we need to have? Headers? I have doubts on headers. Lots of it, because headers are really specific to your project. If you think about it, like most of the headers that we have this exact thing, which is like a logo and pages either fully side by side, or we have things like this. But most of the latest headers that we are using are kind of weird. So I don't know if I just do like one of these really simple logo pages. Maybe that's the way. Maybe that's the way. It's just like really, really simple, similar to the navigation pagination. But what do you think? I think it's an option. It's kind of weird because it's a combination of things, and shit, that's not tab. Right? That's basically it. Pages, and you have logo, and then this entire thing is in layout frame, and that's your header, and this is an auto thing. And then in your pages, all of your tabs, most of them don't have a tag, don't have a right icon, but they have a left icon. And you sometimes have a bit more space around them. If you take that as a base, I would. Cat, hi, come on in. How was you? That's 40. 56 seems like an okay thing. If I do that though, 72 is kind of fat. Yeah, I think. Holy shit. One second. Villa Real Levy. Oh, come on in. I know. That's the thing. That's one of the reasons why in the beginning, I didn't want to stream design related things, because I was like, well, if you are a designer, which is usually the audience that we have, and dev, but if you're a designer, you come in and you've been in Figma all day, and then you come in and what do you fucking see? Figma again? Not great. What? You know, sometimes it works. I don't know. You work on the Figma iPad apps. That is interesting. I have never really used it in its entirety. Like, that's interesting. I can't change the icon. I didn't. I really? For fuck's sake. Let's select all of that. Let's do a switch without that. Let's call that leading icon or icon swap. Left icon swap. That's what I name things, and I use that as an icon thing. And then we are doing the same thing for the secondary option, which is a swap for the right icon. And yeah, It seems pretty good. The Figma app seems pretty good. I'm not gonna say anything about it because I don't know much, but yeah, it seems pretty powerful overall, and not as powerful as it can be for me on like desktop because I'm used to that, but you know, whatever. Whatever works for you. That's the thing. What do we do for solution? Solution is a search or book. Let's do just a book, shall we? As solution and then contact because we can, and it's a header. Contact works. Yeah. Is it good? Do you like the iPad app? Because I've had what is called the previous version of the like non-official iPad app. It was pretty okay. Uh, let's do email rather than messages. Like email, just regular here. Yeah, that's half good. That's the thing. What we have here? We have 6 and 8, so that means 12. 14. 14. Yeah, I think the iPad app is pretty good. It might be limiting um, if you're used to this because I don't know, but yeah, I might try it again. Again, the new version at least. At least, can we have an elevation of 10 so that we have a bit of a highlight at the top and a bit of a shadow? A bit more of a highlight, shall we? Yes, and a bit. That's a fat ass shadow though. One of these, and then if you use the how is it called? The FigJam app, then yes, having the stylus plus FigJam would be pretty good. Not gonna lie, there, that's pretty nice. I feel like this is pretty good. One of the things that I could add would be a button, as the contact could be, instead of being like contact like this could be like a button. And same thing, I think large or medium would work, and I'm gonna go with that, with no right side but tag contact, and that being the mail. I wish it was easier to scan these fucking icons. I don't know why mail is not the first, because FigJam is paid, sadly. I get it. I have doubts on this. Am I gonna do that? just align it. So that we see how it looks in both sides. Fuck's sake. Yeah, the context is not, it's too visible, and these are not great. Yeah, I think the for me the most siphoning thing that they have is the fucking dev mode, that they haven't announced a pricing really for it, but the pricing that they have announced is 35 per month, and you mean the Figma app for, yeah. That well, that makes sense. That header doesn't work. That's a no. That I don't. What happened? What is that keyboard not being? Why am I on right click on everything now? What the fuck? What the fuck happened? The thing is, it works also on, I guess it's one of my keyboard thing. Cool, that's better. What do you work on? Not me trying to get like insider info. What are you working on at Figma right now? I know that there was the how do you call it? The week where you do whatever the fuck you want. Or the months. I forgot how I think it's just 1 week. Like the creativity type of months where yeah, make weeks. That's the thing. Did you do something for that? I remember that the some of the elements that we have received in the past from Roji, for example, have been the creation of the Maker Weeks things. Interesting. As 14 seems like a bit of a bit much. It's either that or I'm fully rounding these, and I don't want to fully round these because of my buttons mainly, but so you seem to be a dev that mainly works for the iPad things, which is good. That's pretty nice. We don't have much, as far as I know. iPad related content. This is kind of weird. It works, but it doesn't work. Something is wrong. Wrong. Yeah, I agree with you on that. The amount of things that comes out as just like test, but still could be implemented later is really great. I didn't like the audio thing, and so I do love the fact that it has been now implemented in that section rather than glaring there as use audio. No one uses audio, at least on the team that I used to have. No one uses it. So it was much better to just have that playing. Um, I wasn't the beta testers for what was the first insight of potentially implementing that, and then they changed it to just audio, which eh. I think it's the same thing as most of the other apps. Like audio was implemented at the time where Clubhouse was really high, and so it made sense to have an audio thing because Clubhouse seemed to be pretty good. So when you look at things like Slack and I mean not Discord because Discord is like just it's Discord, but this thing, the Hubble stuff on there, kinda made sense to potentially have something similar inside of Figma, but really, like if I want to talk with my coworkers, I usually have um, a system in house that has audio, and so I'm using that. But I do get it. It kind of makes sense. It's not that it like I think it's useful for big companies like companies like Spotify that are using Figma but that are not really using other apps because they don't have the rights to do so. Companies like Salesforce or things like this are like big, and you need the approval of the manager, who needs the approval of the manager, who needs the approval of the CEO to make sure that you can use something in an app. I think that could be useful because that way you can be inside of Figma in a call without having to require a new ask for like, can I do a Zoom with that person? It's in my team, but still, like, or that client needs to have a bit of a presentation, and so you have the audio directly there. But for everyone that is smaller, like most people, you like, yeah, when the pandemic happened, we all moved to the audio version of a tool that existed, so either Discord or Slack or Skype for some people. And so implementing another audio thing in there was just not a thing. One of the devs that I used to work with was trying to put the huddle thing of Slack into place and tried like 3 times to get us to do a call on Slack, and we were like, we have Discord. What the fuck? So, yeah, I don't know. That seems okay. It's not good, though. But yeah, Nishit, hi. We'll go on in. I hate this. I don't want to see that either. Like, it's fine, but yeah, good point. It is, but it's not. It's improving. Alright. It's improving on stream. That's the thing. Like, while I'm doing something, when I'm working. Oi! It's better, but other than that, not as good. I need to change that. I mean, that's your fault. If you want me to drink everything in like a second and then kill stream faster than expected.
Drink!
Stop it. uh, I think I'm gonna take Madlu. Hi, welcome on it. I think I'm gonna take my overlay 12 or 10 for these. Sorry, my slate overlay 10 or 12. No, no, I'm not. I lied. Yeah, I lied. That's it. Yeah, I don't like the light version in. I'm doing okay. And Villarreal, did you find the stream through the Figma Discord? I don't even know if that was your first message. I don't think it is. I think it kind of was, but also kind of wasn't. No, you were here before. I asked that before. Yeah. What's my thought process to decide to? You're missing a word at the end of that sentence, I think. Or maybe you're typing the rest of the question. That background is bad, I think. Kind of side navigation list you want to go with in confused with a solid background, color transparent one for highlight selected page. Oh, that. I have multiple options, and the thought process is depending on the client and depending on the style that they are going for with the rest of the pages, you decide what type they want. So for example, right here, we are currently in a kind of transparent version, but maybe they need like a floating with an accent color because it's easier for them to grasp that. Maybe it's just the contained version, so it's like raised rather than not flat. Maybe it's just the horizontal line and it's easier, but yeah. If I was to create from scratch, I would probably go for something like this because it's easier to, it's widely available and it's pretty useful. But if I was creating from scratch for the mom project, which is what I'm doing right now,
Ma!
it would be mainly this. It would be transparency because transparency is important. We use some sort of glass effect here and there, so I would use that as well most of the time. Yeah. I don't know if that answered your question entirely. I feel like I don't understand your question entirely. Maybe I do. Maybe I don't. I don't know. That's 14 height. I have a feeling that this is not great. Homework, solution, contact. You can't hear me on mobile. What do you mean? What do you mean? It really depends on the client. Let's say that. Like, I'm going into something that I'm not using often. But from far away, this I would use some type of transparency glass. This I would use some bold rather than non, like this one kind of similar. This is the same. I think the only one that would use like underline would be like a SaaS website that has been built in the 2013 old type. Can't ask for a raise, please. If you're taking the work of someone else, don't work for free, ask for a raise. Oh, that. Shit, I was about to do that, but that doesn't exist anymore, so I need to do this, I think. Is it? It's not. What the fuck? See, that makes sense. That's pretty interesting. These blobs are from the video, but these blobs are from the website, so it gives you an immersive feel. That's nice. Anyways, Nishid, the thing that you could do, and the thing that I would recommend you to do, is go to pitch.com, as always, go into templates, and look for the design related thing. There is one for the brand guideline, this one. Yeah, if you're looking for brand guidelines, you can just use that as a base, and from there you can see that, all right, it has brand guidelines, title, core. It has some slides, and then in the slide that we have, you can see the slide that is important. So you have the identity overview, the logo, typography, print, web, and example, and then from there you can check what they have. So they have the usage guideline, what can be in there in different formats. You have the typography in different format as well, and that way you can just go through the slide that they have already basically built for you, and you can say, well, for that identity I use that specific type of icon, I use that specific type of grid, I did the logo in some versions, some things are good, some things are not, but whatever. That way you just have like a bit of a starting point, I would say, and that's easier. So I would recommend that. And then Red, hi, welcome on in. and then if really this is not enough, you go into Tome once again, because I love Tome, and you just ask. You are in there, you say, you click create, and you say, I'm creating brand guidelines for something. You do that with a free account. I don't want to do that at the same time as streaming because bandwidth, but whatever. And it creates the same thing. It will create the outline of the slide and the content of each slide, which contain images, but also text. And so all of that will help you to then move further and faster into what you need to write or what you need to have in your thing. I think I have an account, as always, in which I have done a brand guideline thing at some point. I'm not sure. have 401 create credits. Let me check. You said what? You said you needed to do? It has to create a brain guideline for the company. So, I don't know if it's for your AI-oriented SaaS, but whatever. There is a pricing scheme, yes, 100%. You have the ability, if I do remember where that is. It's basically credits. You buy credits to get the AI thing, but I can't find it on there. I think it's somewhere in there. But see right here, it creates. I'm just typing brain guideline for a SaaS company that is AI oriented. Cool. I have my title. My title is pretty good. Brain identity. That's cool. Logo and color palette. Cool. Typography. Okay. Imagery. I don't know if I need that, but let's keep that. Voice and tone could be really useful, but it's really hard to master. So I would let AI do that for me. And then messaging and positioning is cool. And then target audience is nice. So from that, I can choose my layout or generate all pages. And if I select like the basic thing, and then I generate all the pages, I don't have to think. Leonardo is I have heard of that. I need to check that out. And that's it. I'm done. I have my brand identity, amazing logo that I need to change. I have my logo and color palette, amazing logo as well. It has the content. I have my typography, what I need to do. This should be an image or something. The imagery that will be used because it's AI related. And you have everything in no time. And if specifically you need to like rewrite something or change the text or some other options, you can with the comment gating. So would highly recommend that. What's the upgrade? So upgrade is 16 per month for unlimited presentation, and I use 100 credits for 9 pages. So technically I have 3 things, 4 tests or 4 elements per se that are done. So you can use that. Tone and pitch are good for presentation based thing because obviously they are presentation based content and we do like that. But if you don't want a presentation based element, I think Oasis is interesting. It's complex, as in you need to know what you're talking about first. So that's not for everyone. But Oasis, basically, you define what type of content you want to have. So if you want something that is usually what I'm doing, based inside, what I'm doing is like text message because it's the easiest thing to explain. So that's pretty good. But I'm talking about a topic for like 4 to 5 minutes, and then I'm just recording it, and it registers everything I'm saying properly, which is great. And then it creates one of these things that I selected, and it's good. If I want to tick that script, I can. It has some sort of translation option. So I do like Oasis most of the time, but it's not great. It's gonna, I mean, you have a free version, but it's not enough. And then you have Cohesive, that's the one that I was looking for. You have cohesive AI, which is basically just creating or helping you create anything text related. So if you have the need for a text-based content, you can do that with this. So if you need like a writing assistant, which is usually what you need, you can do that, and have a template, or not have a template and start for nothing or from nothing. And that's pretty good. Um, Cohesive is really useful. It's the same thing. It's not free. I wish it was. But yeah. If you're like a small person, well, you can use that. $15 a month, but everything is fucking expensive when it comes to AI related content currently. As always, it's high in the beginning and then it slowly goes down. The thing that these companies are trying to do is keep the price at the same level or higher by just adding more stuff. Even though the cost of AI on their side is going down, they are trying to keep the same amount of pricing. So one of the things that could happen is in a year or two, we will all need to change tools, because these tools that were pioneers in the realm of AI will just keep their pricing but not be competitive with the rest of the market. So that's the thing. The thing to keep in mind and remember. But other than that, yeah. Cohesive is good. I think Voila is interesting. I don't remember. I think this one is just corporate related things. Yeah. And I kept things here. And these nice. Let me just check Leonardo.ai. I feel like I checked it out before. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. I recognize this, but it's less video related or text related. It will be video related later for sure, because it's currently image related, but I'm most likely gonna be interested in like text building, image building, and visual building. I'm really okay with as a designer. Galileo.ai. Can it load today? Please. Yeah. The ChatGPT Premium is like, okay. I mean, I use it, but it's not great. Galileo is... how can I explain that? Like, I need a side navigation for a desktop app. Let's say that. I don't think that works. Ah, for fuck's sake. What do you mean it needs to be longer than 4 characters? That's my name. Ah. Oh, shit. I don't even know if I can do that. Yeah, I can't do that. I'm on the wait list officially. But you know, this thing seems interesting. All of the things that you can see here are generated by the AI. I'm sorry, what? So that's pretty impressive. And one of the huge benefits that exist in these things is that you can have this that is like generated for you by an AI, which is like pretty clean as a designer. And then from there, you can like copy that to Figma once you have access and just go in Figma, paste that, and have the entire thing in layer-based thing, proper design, most likely, and you're done. And you don't need more than that. Like I really think the entry-level designers are gonna go away soon in like the next year or two. But yeah, one of the things that is really useful from ChatGPT is the oh yeah, that's neat. Is the GPT-4 plugins options. Like if you have something like from Whimsical, for example, or others, and you know that you know the type of plugins that you need or have or want or whatever, that's great. Like you can just use that, ask, and yeah, it's great. I don't know. It's just the plugins are good. That's all I'm saying. Anyways, Nishit, that's basically what I was saying for the brain guideline things. Yeah, there are plugins for everything, and if you use them properly, they do everything. Really, like they can find a job for you. They can, I mean, they can do whatever the fuck you want at that instant. So yeah. We like AI for most of the things here. I don't like that though. I wish I could AI that. I can't. Um, I don't know how I can ask Dali though from there. That's interesting. We'll see. They've had like an update. I think since yesterday. So yeah. This seems like an okay header, so I will use that as a base, and then from here what we can do is having a button there with a layer, and so that layer would be has CTA, which is true, and that means that when we are here in some situation it doesn't have a CTA, and so we have the pages on the far right for everything. However, this is not great, and I don't want to have specifics, but I think I need to. Fuck me. I didn't want to do that. But I feel like I need to. So it's if that's my primitive. Yeah, I can't do that. I can't do that from here. Fuck me. The reason why I can't do that from here is because I have component and all that, and I need to organize these in a matter of make sense. And so that will be my component header slash background. Cool. So we have header, and now it's using the Slate Alpha 4 at that instant, and I want to use not my Slate Alpha 4, I want to use my overlay 10 on light mode. One thing that I wish I could do is like taking this and pasting it here, but I can't do that. So header background, cool. Yeah, that's better. That way we have the header for the background header in light mode that is like really light, and the background header for, well, not light mode, which is not light. Cool. That makes sense. Spy, hi, welcome on in. It's not that far away. It's like an arm length, the camera specifically. But sometimes it zoom in, I don't know. Not enough. But welcome on in. That was one of the first expenses that I had, the camera. And it's currently sitting with the 16mm Sigma lens, whatever thing that exists. I forgot the name, but yeah, it's the nice lens, so it's bigger. I used to have the I used to use these, which are, I mean, technically really small in terms of lens. This one has a lot of filters in front, and so this one was a 20mm, which was nice, but it's just not as good. It has a better autofocus than this one. I mean, better, faster. But yeah, that's the Sigma one. I basically had it for 50% off at a second-hand shop here in Japan. So that was neat. I appreciate that. But yeah, instead of paying like 400 and something, I think I paid like 230 or 250. Great thing. What camera do they sell, and what are the lens, Cat? Because if you want a camera for streaming, I know this is a very specific thing, but if you want a camera for streaming, it implies many expenses that you didn't think about when you think about just a webcam. So like basically you have your camera, but you also have your capture card that you need to get. And on the market, the capture card that you have are pretty okay, but the best option is still the Elgato ones most of the time, just for simplicity. And currently, even though you could go with one of these for like 17-16 bucks, depending on where you are, they have sometimes some issues. Sometimes I think I have one of these in one of my backpack right there, which I bought on AliExpress for like €7, and it's sold for like 17 on Amazon. But the quality is not that good. I was planning on using it if I had like a secondary top-down camera, I think. So, yeah. Yeah. So if you go with a newer camera, it depends on the camera. Once again, depends on the camera that they are selling. But for example, this one that I'm using is using one of the old, like very basic battery inside, but it's plugged to power, and power is running through, and it doesn't need to have like a dummy battery inside. I just have like a not really expensive battery inside, meaning that that's pretty good. One thing that happened in my first trip to Japan was I used a very different charging brick, and that fried the battery because it was not sending the exact amperage voltage thing to the camera. So that makes sure that you have something that makes sense. Yeah, that may be a thing as well. One of these also, which is kind of sad, but like the HD version is like just 1080p, whereas the Canon 4K that I have is, well, it's 4K. So yeah, that's what I have right now. So that's pretty neat. And I think the Elgato new things, I want to buy this shit, but I can't. I think it's this one. Yeah. Not this one. No, there is another capture. I mean, yeah. I have this one on my PC in France. It's great. That's one of the best thing that you can have, mainly because you can have like 4 entries into just one card, and you don't need to think about it. I have this one when I'm traveling, so right now I'm using the 4K, and yeah, send everything wherever. I mean, you can send everything from in chat if you want to, but yeah. And then there is this one that is new, but it's still an HD 60. I think that's because it's for console rather than cameras. But, you know. The pass through seems impressive. That's the main thing. But as always, it depends on the camera. I know that the Ava Media has released a new capture card last month.
Drink!
Fair enough. I think, yeah. I think last month was the release of the capture card from Ava Media. I think, which is pretty nice when you think about it. What am I missing? I feel like I'm missing something and I don't know what it is, so that's pissing me off. Hide the CTA just for the sake of it. I feel like this logo is way too big for that event. You tell me when you sent me everything. If you send me everything. And that is taller than it's wider. Why? 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 Oh, that. Uh, I mean, that's pretty neat. Let me check the, damn. The pictures is it's kind of hard. 1825 is pretty okay. The 35 mil is not necessary for streamers, yet you will need to be like far away in order to have less compression. Erupt, hi, welcome on in. Is that you? How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Let me change the Nikon D5200. It's a 2012 camera, which is pretty nice. I mean, don't think much about it. How much do you want for that? Because that would be the most important thing. But if it's I mean, that's fine. Awesome. You probably can't read that. Yeah, no, that's pretty okay overall. I'm not the biggest fan of Nikon in general. I don't know why. I know, but still. He won 350 for everything, but buy everything. That's it. I mean, shit. Young Neo 35 mil. Shit, 35 mil. F2? F2. I need to check that. Alright, just that fucking lens is about $100. Okay. And then you have the second one, which is the Nikon 18 to 55, which is pretty cheap overall. Like 50. I mean, this one is $80. This one is $200. So that I'm guessing some of these are not the same. But right, this one is 40. Depends on the lens itself. But nonetheless, let's say it's 100 also, because we have like 40 and 200, so whatever. You have, for just the lenses, which are the most expensive thing most of the time, already $200, and then they want 350. So that means that the Nikon D520 thing is supposed to be 150, and they are selling it new, even though it's like a 2012 model, for 200 as well. So technically speaking, just like camera plus lenses, you are getting, like, if you wanted to sell them separately, you would get 100 to 150 more than what you pay for. That's the thing. But I think what you need to do is define what you want to use it for, and then depending on what you want to use it for, you need to check the sensor level for the environment. Because, for example, here I'm in a pretty okay lit environment with these two lights that you can't see, but like these two lights. And then this one in the back that helps. And then my background is painted blue, light blue. But still here, I'm currently set to an ISO that is like 500. So it's like not really visible. But if you look at it right now, the amount of noise that you have is not that much at that instant. I mean, we still have some noise here, but that makes a lot of sense. So one thing that I would say is make sure that help, like that sensor can capture low light pretty well if you stream in the dark, and if you just want that for streaming, that might not be the best option. Like the main thing is thinking about all the costs that you have. So the capture card, the dummy batteries, potentially some other things, if like some lights that are better to compensate for the sensor. All of that will up the cost of the camera. And so that's the thing. Once the reason why I bought this lens was because I was thinking maybe I could shoot pictures with it and vlogs and shit. And then I'm not I'm not good. I'm not comfortable enough to be outside and film myself with a camera. And nonetheless, this is good enough for taking pictures and vlogging if needed. So yeah, that's the thing. So I don't know. I would say check that, and then the Elgato compatibility, not test but list. That your D55200 is not even on the fucking list. So I know that this list is not the greatest thing ever, but it's still a good base to just check. If you know that you're gonna go Camlink or Elgato in general, just do that. Check that, and if you have like a full thing and you have an option that is like kind of cheap, use that. A lot of people are currently using the Fujifilms for pictures because they have like a good picture profile. But I mean, I'm Sony, and you can see why. The only one that is kind of weird is this one. But otherwise, they're all green compared to there, where you have things that are like no compatibilities at all. So yeah. What did you adjust in the camera settings to get this result? What do you mean by this result? As in this color, or as in something different? Maybe that there is something that you're asking that I don't know about entirely. Spy or Spytic or Spitic, or I don't know how to pronounce your name. So yeah, I would highly recommend like Sony or I mean the GoPro are good. I don't even know if the Blackmagic are good. Uh, right, they have one camera. It's green. I know that these are like, I mean, one of the really important thing is that unlimited runtime that you need to check if you want to stream for it or with a camera. That's the most important thing. Like it can have unlimited runtime as long as it's plugged in and you're good. And then the clean HDMI is the second thing that you need to know about, which is does what you get from the HDMI cable has what I can see on the screen. So for example, on the camera screen right now, I have my tilt to make sure that I'm like centered. I also have my mic level, which is making not a lot of sense because I'm using this mic, but whatever. Yeah, you don't see that on your side, so that makes sense. I don't know. And this is shit. And the ZV one being like the newest bitch that exists. It's good, but yeah. Yeah. Remember that your morning is my night. I really think like if you check this website, you should be good in terms of what is available and shit. I think the 5100 is great if you just wanna upgrade from a webcam to a camera to know how it is. An A5100 can be kind of cheap in some situation if you can find a good one. Like, I know that mine, the first one that I bought, the first A5100 that I bought was 250. Yeah, 250 euros with the lens. So basically that, right? So this one is like 100 and something. I think there is something written there that I can't read because there is too much kanji here. But still, like 250. This one is like 200, 250. Same thing. You don't have a lens, but it's the same. And that would, at a minimum, already be a good addition to your setup, and then you can have that with like a cam link and shit like this to make sure that it works. And once that is good and you know that you have a good new camera, you can upgrade if you really need to, but you never need to. Yeah, I mean, if it's 12 for me, that's fine. As I said, the one that I have is this one, and I'm a fucking lucky motherfucker because I know that the prices are in Japanese, but you can see how it's more expensive. It's basically in the 1,000 most of the time. Like this one is like 700. This one is 800 something. And then from time to time, you have this. Have someone that doesn't really know how much it costs or who just wants to get rid of it. And yeah, that's how you get a fucking good price on things. Like, I could buy this for 44, which is like basically 350 for you, and sell it back for 1,100, like basically making 60,000 like this. So I mean, it would be 3 hours from now, and it's currently 8. So yes. But anyways, I would go with these Sony most of the time because it's easier and it makes sense. But also these are outdated now, and depending on what you want and what you want to do, these are still good. The ZV-1, the ZV-E1, the ZV-10, and the ZV-E10. Fuck's sake. They could like decide on the fucking name. They are great. But they are expensive-ish. I do understand that the browser's friend help in terms of pricing and as how easier it is, like security and all that. But still, I just check the unlimited runtime. That's the most important thing. You don't want to be on stream and every 30 minutes have to press a button or remember that your camera is off because you were in a game and you forgot about it. So yeah, the fact that it's not even in the list, that they skip, they went from 100 to 300, but the 200, which is in the middle, doesn't exist. That is scaring me so much. But the 300 doesn't have the unlimited runtime, which is scary as fuck. And the D500 has an unlimited runtime. So yeah, just make sure that that's a thing. And technically, if the 200 is like a 1080 base, bye Sony. Would be easier, I think. I think as far as I remember, and I don't remember much, but as far as I remember, Sony is the worst when it comes to overheating. So heating. This one, when we were in the previous flat, we had to turn on the AC multiple times to make sure that this stayed cool and doesn't like overheat when I was streaming. So that's fucking annoying. The newer version have the same issues, and I think Fujifilm doesn't have overheating issues, or not as much specifically when it comes to streaming. However, the Fujifilm that are available in the latest generations are kind of expensive compared to before. So not great. And then the Panasonic, I have no knowledge of that. The Canon are pretty okay. I think Seikei used to be Panasonic most of the time, and then he moved to Fujifilm. So that's interesting. And then yes, the fact that Sony has a vlogging camera and a streaming camera ready implies things. So yeah, one of the benefits
Henrik Mark
of
is now following.
Henrik Mark. Thanks for the follow. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? What was the one? One of the things that is interesting in the Sony camera in the latest version is that I think it's the one that started with USB-C, now have the ability to just be plugged in as USB-C to USB-A or USB-C to USB-C to your computer directly, and they have some sort of a capture card inside of it. So that's one of the things that I kind of like, because you can try it out as a camera, even though it's limited to 720p instead of the max thing that you can do. You can try that out and then see if you want to upgrade the quality of the camera later with a capture card. But yeah, they're not that clean. They're not that clean, but also I have a collection. I know you can't see much, but I have a huge collection of glasses that because I'm rotating on the daily, I'm cleaning them out on the daily, so that helps. Like, I'm cleaning them in the morning, and then yeah. But welcome, thanks a lot for following. I appreciate that. Thanks a lot for chatting as well. Yeah, I use the same black glasses for a long time. I think I may have pictures of that. Let me check. It was a long time ago. Somewhere in the 2017 realm. Yeah, something about here, which, I mean, that's just me having fun on my bed as always, but I used these glasses for the longest time. I think the face shape was better and the hair was better than now, obviously. But yeah, then I discovered, sadly, that company, and yeah, I just spent way too much. Way too much. The main reason why I'm spending this so much is because these glasses are mainly for screens and lights rather than vision. I will need glasses for vision later, but for now I don't need them, so that's a huge benefit. So everything that I buy glasses related is currently just for blue light, so I don't need to pay too much. I think these ones were like 70 or 80 something, so that's fine. And then now that I'm in Japan, glasses with prescription are really cheap. I mean, really cheap. Are cheaper. So that's the thing as well. And yeah, I don't know, pick or pike. The thing is, going back to the SD card thing that you said that I didn't see, but now I saw, if I remove the SD card, it doesn't work. I tried, but it's one of these things where it needs the SD card to be connected to powers and keep on. But as soon as I get the SD card out, it's like, oh, you don't want to record anything? Let me just shut off. And that's annoying. Did you ask again? And I just didn't see because no, you didn't. I was looking if you asked again if something about the camera settings, but I didn't change much. I think the only settings that I changed was the in-camera colors. So it's on one of the high saturation thing. It's not really logged. That way I don't have to have like a lot on the streaming software that I'm using, and that's useful. But yeah. Oh, interesting. Well, that's a plus. I just maybe one day I will try again. I mean, even this thing is some sort of a dummy SD card. It's like it's a regular SD adapter with a micro SD inside. So, yeah, that's a thing. I don't know. I don't know at this point. Ben, the gangster. Hi, welcome on in. Is that your first message? You started like this? How are you? I mean, I guess you're good. How did you find the stream? That's the question. Welcome on in. Do we... Shall we? I think we shall. I think we shall do that. I think... so that's my default. Let's call that style. And call that enclosed glass. Kind of works. Let's get rid of that. Add background.
Ben the Gangstar is now following.
Have lunch, cat. That's the thing that you need to do. And then here we need that to be clear. Clean, I guess. And I hate it, but I feel like if we get rid of the spacing here, and then we get rid of the background, that's cleaner. It will depend on where you want to place it. Thanks a lot for the follow, I appreciate that. And then there, I think what I want to do is have my page selection without being like components, which is kind of sad because it should, but I have a feeling that if it wasn't, that would be better. And maybe these are gonna take the inter 16 base in regular, so that it's less, you know what, in medium. And then have a good meeting and food time, I guess. And then this one is gonna take 16 fold. Yeah, it's kind of different. I don't know if I like it that much. It's fine. And then if I do that in this, but it's center to the element, it means that it will always be centered in the page. I feel like we need a component for that. I don't want to do it for obvious reasons. Shit. I'm seeing things that I shouldn't see. Like Like that has, oh, no, that's the overall these. All right, cool. I forgot about that. Why? You're not centered. That's cleaner. I think it works. It needs components. I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. Yeah. I don't think I have a choice on this one. Let's make that a bit slimmer, and let's change the style to tertiary color potentially. So it's just a highlight on the side, and then we take these and we'll just move that down to 32. It's a smaller overall package of a header logo, and so that makes kind of sense. So let's duplicate these again and change the glass to clean. Oh, that's interesting. Let's rename everything and keep clean. Cool. So it's a smaller header footprint overall compared to the original. One of the things that I don't like is that my background in light mode is taking the green again, but at least that is centered, so that's fine. But the more that I'm thinking about it, the more I'm like, you know what, maybe that needs to be centered, like here. That way, if for some reason I'm doing that shit, I'm doing that, which is like no CTA. I think that's easier. Like that's a pretty good representation, I think, of the header overall. It's simpler, it's smaller, and you have access to what is active faster. I mean, it takes less space, so that's one thing. And then should I do one that is kind of like the womp? I forgot. That's basically what I did, but not whoop. Whoop? Is it whoop? Nah. Fuck, what the... It's a thing for security. But... how is it called? Shit. Nope. Refuse. Hi, welcome back. I'm looking for a website that is one of these dark websites that has black, violet headers, things that had an ASCII header, and it had a very specific navigation port at the top that I want to have as a reference. That's it. But I can't find it. And this one is kind of similar. No. They used a glass pill thing. You think it's reflect? Nope. Not that. I mean, that's similar to what I just did. That's thread. which has like a huge ass glass effect header, which is similar to this one, so that's good. That's what I did. That makes sense. Oh, dot reflect dot app. Oh yeah, no, you're right. Thank you. But yeah, they have this section at the top with just pages, and I was thinking about that, but also it's kind of weird because you don't really know when or where you are in terms of location. So I don't know. But Reflect has a very similar headers. It's not exactly the one that I was looking for though. It was there. But it was in the same era of rendering, like when everyone was doing this bold violet headers thing. Like everyone. Holy shit. Maybe it's this one. I think it's Evervolt. Yes, that's the one that I was looking for. This thing. And they have that, which I like a lot, specifically for the transition in between the request demo that is there, but then goes when disappeared. I like that a lot. So maybe I can do that. So it doesn't really have a logo. It has a logo, but it doesn't really have a logo. And technically, I would just use that. So it would be a version of this, which is like pill. And then that contact would be in the section right there. Then that would be out, I think. And the pill would be taking 4-4 with a bit of a background. Let's take that as a background if we can. Let's do 4 and let's do 4. Interesting. The button is taking way more space. Or is it me just being a dumbass? It is me just being a dumbass, is it? What happened? Oh, because it's fixed. You dumb fuck. My bad. I feel like more space in between would be better. Damn it. Maybe 16. Help for readability, and then even though I don't like it, 6 on everything will help. Yeah, I kind of like that simplicity here. I think instead of having these as tabs, I should have these as badges. I feel like it would work better. But we don't have a badge without the background, technically speaking. Let me see. Get rid of that. Say home is here. I think that feels better in terms of thing. Technically speaking, I shouldn't do what I'm doing right now, and you shouldn't either. But you know, whatever. Uh, work and then solution, which is a book. That's what we said. Solution thing, and then we have a button that takes more space because it's a button. And then these ones are gonna take my accent gray to be less visible technically. And so that can take just 8 in between. And we could just have the active one without the background, but that's kind of wrong. And this one on hover will have a lot of issues because it's squared, so we need to make it non-squared. And fully rounded for the button, which is kind of weird because it's not really something that we have. Let's see. That kind of works. It kind of works. It makes the entire thing a bit more heavy. It also have one thing that we don't have added. Let me see if I can do that, which you will see, kinda. Let's take a colorful one because whatever. Come on. So technically, right, it has this effect with images, and same thing here. It has a bit of a blur effect, which this is absolutely not an option for background, but you know, just that where we have that, it kind of makes sense. I feel like it could be interesting to get like a bit of a half cut in that section. However, if I get an image in the background to get the blur effect, we will lose the readability here. So that pisses me off. But yeah, kinda, if I do that, and then I do 50% of that. If you didn't know, you can type your percentage when needed. And that this thing is gonna go in the purest background here, and same thing on there. And so let's unsplash, same thing, dark. I think the dark sand would be a good idea, like something like this or this on the dark version, right? So that we just have, we take the visual and we know that it has some sort of a blur here and here, and then there we do the same thing. I think a minimal could help. One of these, maybe. I'm not sure it takes. Yeah, that's what I was scared of. Stacks, hi, welcome on in. Have a good look as well. This is not good for readability. I need something more white That's racist. I need I need something that just works. I feel like maybe the architecture option that we have this yeah, that thing is absolutely overused. Absolutely overused and doesn't work in terms of readability either. What about this one? That works. Cool. That's it. Didn't need more than that. But yeah, that way we have like a bit of an understanding of where things are transparent and where things are giving us a bit of blur. Not much, but at least a tad. And that way, knowing that we have most of our navigation information, we have the sidebars in full size and in small size. In both colors, we have the pagination, same thing, in both colors. And then the headers in 3 format. So that's interesting. I feel like that's pretty okay. I just don't like this. I absolutely despise this. This is the wrong move. Like I'm really gonna say it, but it is the wrong move. The fact that we are using the badges as clickable elements to navigate pages is design-wise absolutely fine, but dev-wise absolutely wrong. Like using a component that is not supposed to be clicked in a clicked environment is not great. We could say that it is okay, and we can have, holy shit, and we can have like that as an element of a clickable element. That's the thing. It's debatable. Anyway, that's pretty good. That's pretty good for navigation. I think that's not gonna go in the free version. That's for sure. I don't. We have most of the thing that we need on the date picker. I don't think we need more. We have plenty of alerts. We have all of the thing that we need for tables. We don't have a representation of metrics though, but that's fine. And the empty state is still not good. I don't like it. Like, really don't. Chat is good. Models is samples, but it works. That doesn't load for some reason. Fine. And the control K, command K is simple as well. That's one of the things that I'm like, yeah, maybe we can expand on this one, but it's just... nah. I don't know. Oh shit, forgot about that. We're pretty good. Let's say that. We are pretty good on that. I have done the thing that I said I will do. So I have renamed everything here to go with the convention that we said yesterday. So plus is now add, minus is now remove, X is delete, and the trash is trash. And then whenever we have one of these, it's called disabled. I have a feeling that I have named things disable and disabled. in some situations. So I'm sure I made some mistake when it comes to that. So that will be to check later. But yeah, as always, if you have like very specific things in icons and all that, please. What do you mean so? So the next stage of duplication is duplicating the icons duo. Technically no, duplicating the icon and then doing the solid version of each of these things, which I hate, but I need to do. So the next thing to do is, like, as I said, the next version of the icons to have a solid version, because as you specifically like, and as Stony and Fields like, having the ability to move from this to this, not exactly that, but right, you get the idea, for like active, inactive is pretty useful for them. So anyone that is using like media related content, that's useful. However, for everything that is like arrows, other than bumping the size of the lines to like 2 and then resurfacing them, that's the I don't really see what we can do on that. But for the rest, like, this makes a lot of sense to have in solid as well. We will need to make them a tad smaller. I do feel like each of these, I'm not duplicating them right now because I know that I will release that pack this weekend. I mean, technically we did the entire thing of duotone in 4 days, so if I do that today and we release that this weekend, we should have the solid as well. Okay. Yeah, and technically mine looks also smaller in the beginning and then they go a bit bigger, which is, I don't really like what I did, but yeah. I forgot the fucking 2 here. So let's simulate this. So I can check, same size, same type. Let's make sure that this is not a component, and then that this is, yes, a component. And that everything inside, instead of getting a 1.5 line, it's getting a 1 line, which is smaller, but it will make sense in a second. So everything is getting a 1 line, because if you think about it this way here, for example, you need to have some sort of an outlined version of this section here to be able to then, well, select the icons that the points that you don't need, like technically the center you don't need, and you just need the whole fucking thing. I think we're good. Yes, that. And then here, I just need the center to be outlined again and selected, removed, and then that and that is gonna be subtracted, and now we have our icons in solid. And so some of these things makes more sense than others, so this one is really simple to do, but that's gonna take some time. That's neat. I appreciate that. but yeah, now that we have that specifically with the 1 point line, which I think was a mistake when I'm looking at this, uh, it's now like 2.5 on everything, so it needs to go bigger to be at 2 and centered and all that. And that's annoying because it makes no sense. So, yeah. Creating the solid version will be kinda annoying in some sort of way, but I have a feeling that it will be okay. And maybe when I release that, I will just delete that page, export the file, give it back, whatever. I need to pee. 1 second. So that was the answer for the icon specifically. But to really answer your question about the UI kit overall, we are missing patterns, technically. So we have main components, as we said. So like buttons, button groups, and all that. That makes sense. However, when we started to do the navigation, for example, we started to do some sort of patterns. So the sidebar navigation and the header navigations are what I call patterns. They are basically made of other components, and they work. So that's the thing that we need to do. So component-wise, I think we're good. I don't remember any component that we need that we haven't done. I'm using a title UI as a reference because they have like the most wild amount of component as a base, but like we have colors. Let's just look at the page names rather than anything else. So we have colors, we have typography, logos, icons that we have. We have misc icon or miscellaneous icons. Stars and effect are done. Spacing is done. We don't have radius and grid. That's the thing. I don't know if I want them, but for now, we don't have that. We don't have the portfolio mockup, and we don't have the design annotation per se. So the portfolio mockup is one sort of patterns that I don't really want to have. Like, I don't want to have 4-page presentation things in the kit. So yeah, but we have buttons, button groups, badges, tags, drop downs, which we called select because it makes more sense for devs. Input, which is basically based on, the select is based on the input. Toggles, checkbox and checkbox group, we don't have checkbox groups because I feel like this is useless as a pattern. If you need to do that, technically, you take one of the checkboxes and you just wrap it around with a background. It's not that complicated. So I didn't do that. We have avatar, tooltips, progress, and sliders. So we have basically anything in the shared components. And then in the assets, which are like the, once again, patterns of page and templates. These things, I don't know if I want them. I feel like that's too much to add. We could, if you think that it is interesting, we could. But yeah, if, as always, if you have some interest in that, like the four page, all that could be added as references, but it feels like it will be more or less like conforming you into thinking about, oh, you can only use these 444 and you will not have the creativity of creating a new 404 page, for example. So I get it. These are the basic of the like layouts, but still not that much interesting. The email templates, same thing. But then here in the marketing information, it's mainly like presentation page and templates. So all of that, I don't really need them, but what I think would be interesting is the components from marketing, which is what I call patterns. So anything for the header navigation that we just did, for example, like that could be interesting to have the option to open them. What do you mean you don't have time to eat? Take some time. It's important. Otherwise you end up like me in the hospital for 3 days. So yeah, these things could be interesting. Like the feeder section is not necessary because it's inevitably used in a page template, if I can say that. So there are some things here that are not necessarily necessary, but there are some things that are kind of useful to have when you're building something. And so I'm thinking about that. Like the footer could be useful potentially, but not entirely. And then the application component is basically what I call patterns. So you needed 20 minutes to cook. Holy shit. Well, also UX, hi, welcome on in. How are you? I hope you're good. So all of these section at the bottom could technically be implemented in the thing. I'm saying technically because we already have the file upload, for example. I think we already have the tabs, the table, and the alerts as alert notification thing. We use that as a base. We have the date picker. So these are patterns that reuses other things. So what I could do technically here, if we use that as a base, let's just application navigation. We have kind of that, not entirely, but we kind of have it. So I could just
Phelps Karaoke is now following.
Flips, welcome on in. Thanks a lot for the follow. Appreciate that. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Let's check the big ass check thing, right? So I can just have that. I think, right? We have modals even though like we don't have that much content and variation. We do have modals as a base. Same thing for the command menu. We don't have, oh, we do have charts. I did that. Metrics, I did that in a simple way. Slide out menu, I don't have that. Inline city, I don't have that. Pagination, I just did that in half of it. Progress tab, I don't need it. Activity feed, I don't need it. Bitch, can you just, for fuck's sake. We have messaging. We have tabs. V prevails. Hi. Welcome on in. How was your day? Or your morning? Or something. You could just do a couple of iterations from the landing page. Yeah, but is it really necessary? I don't know. I'm thinking about it. Like, for example, the table, I have made technically the cells in my format, which is easier to understand. I mean, not easier to understand, but more complex than this one. But I don't have the table presentation. So, yeah, have a good luck, Dribble. I appreciate that. And I don't have the empty states of the table either, because we are supposed to use the empty state inside of the table. But in order to have the table as a whole, we need the header navigation for the app navigation, which is a pattern. You see how things are linked? And so all of that is fucking annoying. So I just need to, like, breadcrumb, we have that. Why can't I fucking, can I scroll? Can you fucking go away? No, you can't. You don't want. So alert notification, I have that. That's done. Date picker is done, even though when you look at it from their stance, they have things that are like bigger. I think their overall picker is better than the one that I created, but I don't want to have like a duplicate of their picker either. So we're just going to use the simple version as a base. The file upload, I think mine is cleaner. No, it's not. The content divider is also like simpler. They have like so many things as options, and the one that we have here on divider is just we just have like 4 versions technically, and it's either a change of the line is a full line or a dash line. But overall, like that, these 4 here will give you the ability to do the exact same thing that all of these are doing, if you think about it too much. Oh, not too much, but if you think about it a bit. Too much. No. And View Prevail, you are not the only one who have like meetings on top of meetings on top of meetings. Kat, who is currently in meetings, I think, has been having a bit of a hard time eating. So, yeah. And then you have the code snippet, which I absolutely don't need and don't want to have because it's just a mess. That's all. It's just a mess. So all of that, right? We already have all of these things done, and I do feel like the header navigation and all that might be needed at some point, but I don't know. Like, mainly the main reason why I'm thinking that is because the page header and the card header are useful when you are creating like um, tables and other things. Yakins, hi, welcome on in. And that's the thing. I'm currently in that stage. I finished most, if not all, of the components. Like if I do that here, which is bad in terms of organization, but if I just do that, the button groups are done, the badges are done. My badges are way simpler than these. Tags are done because tags and badges are the same thing. My select is done. My input is done. My toggle is done because it's the same thing as the fucking checkbox. Checkbox group is not done because I don't want it. Avatar is done. Holy shit. My tooltip is done. It's simpler. My progress indicator is done, and my slider is also done. It's the same thing. It's just like ranges and shit. So all of that is done. Color. We don't have these, and we don't have these as well. The viable names, but whatever. Typography is done. You can see that my font is gonna die soon. The logo is done. My icons is always in the work, so I can't really do that. My MISC icon, we don't have all of these, so they have like things like the decorative icon, which we have, and they also have file icon. I don't want to do that anymore. I did that in the past. It's a waste of time. And then these are absolutely useless in my eyes. If you want a fucking text with an icon next to it for your landing page, you can do that in your landing page when you are building said landing page. That's not necessarily needing more. For my star icon, I just have 5 options. I mean, I technically have 3 options. I have full, half, and not. And that's it. And we don't need more than that. The visibility, I have the colors based on the activity. And then who the fuck doesn't use the built-in emojis as text? I don't know. So we have all that. We have all these except the white version. We have the flags, we have the payments, and we have the integration icons. I mean, they called it integration icons, so all that done. The effect, we have half of it. I think the focus ring are really good, but they are also impossible to put in place in my file. I wish I could, but because I have effects, it's not an option. And then the background blurs, we have that. So let me just rename that. The spacing, we have the base space that is here as a starting point. We don't have this. We don't have the radius as a variable. I was really thinking about it, but still. Yakins, you will be disappointed about the microphone setup. Ryan, hi, welcome on in. Technically, because I'm on the beta software of macOS, when I updated to the latest version, and I need to update again, one of the software I'm using for sound broke, and the software I'm using for sound is the Wavelink software. So I had to ask the dev of Loopback, which is like managing sound on my computer, to give me access to their dev release. So I have the dev release of Loopback, but it still doesn't or isn't recognized by this, because this is still taking into consideration that I'm a normal person and I'm using the normal OS and not the beta version. So the mic is just running as the mic. And that's it. The only system or effect that is added to it is the system-wide voice isolation thing for the mic. But that's it. And there is no plugin, there is nothing running now. It used to be, but it's not the case. On the PC there is more stuff though. The PC there were more information. Oh, that was pretty interesting though. The spacing is pretty neat. Brian, how was your day? How was your day going? And then we have the grid and layout, which I don't give a shit about. I said that multiple times. But yeah. Rythan, hi, welcome on in. How are you? The grid and layout is useful when you're starting, but when you know what you're doing, you basically are creating grids in your head without really thinking about the grids. So yeah, don't think too much about that. So that's done. Portfolio mockup, as I said, not done, and design notation not done, but that's it. So we have like already a good amount of things that is like really similar to Untitled UI, which is like the highest, for me at least, level of things. And now we have all of these presentation things and like landing page presentation. I wouldn't do anyways, even if I had the time. So yeah, I think we're kind of good. As said, maybe some of these things would be transferred, but I think we're kind of okay. And the last thing is these headers. Maybe if I really need to. I don't wanna, but if I really need to, maybe. So yeah, that's the thing. They just getting started? What time is it for you? Oh, are you like US based thing, Brian? And it's like about to be 8. Or you wake up at 12. It's 6:30, so you're like Texas thing, right? Texas time center, US related time zone. So yeah, so all of that to say, we are basically done with the Mom UI kit.
Mom!
Components, and we might need some representation here and there to help, like technically thinking about the table. I just have one column based and one row based representation, but that's it. I don't have more than that. I don't know if I need more than that. And I'm using the basic content that is in the sales for everything. So that is debatable overall, but it's already like a bit better than nothing. So we can use that. And I mean, you can use that. We can have tables like Untitled UI has. And I'm also waiting for not that, but this to finally be released, because I have fucking pre-ordered the shit, but I have nothing yet. So that fucking annoying. I said fucking way too many times. But yeah, Align UI seems to be a very, very interesting design related content, and they also have this pretty interesting headers. So maybe when that is released, like I wish we have like a preview or something, because makes no sense. I don't know. There is like a ton of things in there that is interesting, but really, I don't know. We'll see. Some of them are really cool. Like in the update, in the naming convention, in how they are creating things, the fact that they are not a single person obviously help. And Esrid is doing like a lot of, how can I say that, like information related things. Like all the documentation is really important, and I think in some situation I would need to do some documentation. I don't want to, because it's text related once again. Like going back to that, because I can. But these are great. Like the documentation that we have here that explain everything, that have screenshots, that have links to tutorials on how to use Figma, or how to very specifically use, like, where can I find that shit? Like if I'm taking, I don't know, buttons, for example, I have the buttons here, but I also have the documentation about buttons that explain what is a fucking button, how it works, what is the hierarchy that is specified inside of this kit, how it's used. All of that is really, really important and interesting. But I don't have the patience at all to create all of that documentation for myself and for the Mom UI kit. It's like that's way too much. That's way too much content for no reason. So unless I'm using AI to build these documentation, which is fine, right? That's easy. There will not be docs per se. Kind of think that's okay. That's fine. But yeah, other than that, we're kind of good. And so sometimes maybe we can have templates, as you said, like the basic thing that we know we will need, like the in the modals, for example. For now, we don't have much, but we know for a fact that there will be a need for like a model for a login, a model for a sign up, a model for some sort of a code validation thing. And so these can be added as example, like I did in the navigation there, like sidebar preview, like that's a thing, right? You don't have these as components, but if you need them, you can just take the preview, copy paste, and then unlink that thing and use it in your design, then create a component from that. But I have a lot of issues with the Align UI and other other designer that are designing specific UI kit. I'm trying to find something on Twitter. As always, I can't show you my feed for reasons. But where did I like that person content? I probably had. I know that Kane has talked about that person before. And we've had like a lot of content, but it's one of these creator of most complex UI kit ever. I know the profile picture, that's the thing. I don't know the name. If you know who I'm talking to or who talking about, then yeah. For fuck's sake. It's not Oma, but Oma has the same thing. Basically creating like extremely complex UI kit and extremely complex properties in the Figma file, which to me seems like a waste of time on the designer side, and it would be rather be spent on the dev side, where a dev would be able to create something that has the same amount of, like, look at these animation, like this animation. If you do that in a Rive format or in a Figma format, that's cool to present, but is it really necessary? Like, if you can explain that and then the dev is doing that inside of their dev file, that's easier and better in the long run. Kat, you are in a meeting officially. And obviously when I'm looking for something, I can't find the thing that I'm looking for. Ever. What is the meaning about Cat? If you can hear me. I think you can't hear me, but you know. What's the meaning about? Can I? Can't I? I can't. Yeah. Ah. For fuck's sake. Well, somewhere in there is that person that I'm talking about. I think I also shared that on Discord at some point, and yeah. Yeah, one thing that I said, if you can hear that, I had meetings like this in the past in my previous company, and the thing that I said was, stopping you for a second, do you need me, or can I go on with the rest of the thing that I have to do, because I have many things to do. And that's usually either refocus them on, oh yeah, true, you here and you're in that meeting for a reason, hear what we needed to talk about with you, and if not, they say, yeah, you can go, and that way you can move on and just focus on other things. So if you can do that, Manbrave, hi, welcome on in. I'm looking for something and I can't find it. That's what's up. I hate it. I hate. One of the things that I hate also is that it's one of the designer that has a black and white profile picture, implying that it's one of these, but these are my likes and I can't I know it's in my feed. I know I see them in my feed often, and I don't like their content most often because it's just too much work. But I feel like if I'm going into my feed directly, I might find them faster, but I also feel like no. But how are you, Man Brave? How was your day? How is your day going? I wish I could. I wish I could downvote them in some situation. I feel like that they are a waste of time as a designer. Their work is amazing. I'm not saying anything. It's just it's great, but it's a waste of time for you as the builder and for the person who will have that UI kit later. It will be 100% a waste of time. I know I share that on Discord. Maybe it's on Inspiration. Ah, for fuck's sake. I talked about it on, like, things. Yeah. You can do that. If you can do that, that would be nice. Where is this? I can show you that. I either tagged Kane on this or I send that to Kane directly and maybe I can find a twitter.com. Then I can't see shit. I hate it. I hate it. I have 9 fucking page. My bad. It's in there. It's somewhere. I talked about it. It's one of these person that is creating like some sort of a huge UI kit, and obviously I can't find it. So that's it. That's where the search stops. Yeah, that stops there. Cool. So yeah, basically what they have is the hugest, the biggest amount of props on the side of each of the components, and what I'm seeing, which is good in terms of content and marketing and all that, is a line UI here has been in the works since, I don't know, a year and a half maybe, if not more, or at least I've seen like their things a lot, and it's great to have like a bit of a snippet of something every day or every 2 days or twice a day or something. But while this exists, which I should do as well, but while this exists, the UI kit is not released and no one can access it, compared to me, where as soon as we had the colors released, it was available. And it was available with a pricing plan that makes sense. So if you end up being or entering soon, you get it for basically free. And so I get it, because right now they are selling it for like 49 as a pre-order, and I think later on it will be 99. So technically speaking, the more you wait, the more you hype the thing, the more you have a possibility of people buying it for the big price. But I feel like that's a lot of time. But yeah, you see like these things, I get it, but still, it feels like a waste of time. But creating the empty states are useful. We say that. So yeah. Creating an inspo board in Figma. I think there is an AI that can do that in like a minute and a half. I forgot the name. But technically, you can easily do a mood board for anything in like a minute in Midjourney and DALL-E 2 and all other things. So if you have ChatGPT newest version and you pay for it, then try it out. Just try it out. You'll be surprised how fast things can go. So looking at these things, because we looked at a lot of stuff. Looking at these things, they have a lot of empty states, which I think we need to revise, because my empty states here are not good. Right? That's not good. I think the main issue that I have is the outline. I feel like, yeah, I feel like if we were to not have that, like not that and not that, and no background either, and then this radius at 0, that would kind of help. And then it needs to have some sort of a more fun feel to these. That's annoying, but yeah, it could be done. I don't know, that song is weird. I'm sure you can't hear anything about the song. So I'm thinking about all of that, and also these fucking sizes are not linked to these, so means I need to do that multiple times, which is never good. I have a feeling that the folder, for example, needs to have some sort of a more fun content, as something like this, and another fucking page that is going the other way. Shit. Right? That just helps make it more fun. So, yeah. And Man Brave, you're right. The thing is, Kat is in the beginning of her career. So sadly, she needs to prove herself and showcase that the thing that had or need to happen can happen faster. And that will inevitably be a mistake in the future. Abdul, hi, welcome on in. I hope you're good, and thanks a lot for coming in your lunch break. I appreciate that. I feel okay. I will end up one day saying I feel better, but it's not true. So yeah, I feel okay. I've known better days as always, but it's fun. Yeah, I mean, same thing. I'm not gonna I'm not gonna lie here. It's kind of same for me. I used to be really uh, heavily reliant on proving myself and showcasing how things could be faster and all that. And then I stopped when I figured that the people I was showcasing things to didn't give a fuck. Like, the most I got as return was, oh yeah, nice. So at some point, and I quit my job, so now I'm free. But um, at some point, I was saying things. I was becoming, be careful. I was becoming a front end dev, and I was only saying things like, "Oh yeah, no, that should take about a week and a half, 2 weeks maybe, to get all of that sorted." Yeah, about 2 weeks. When in reality, it takes like an hour. But yeah, in some situations, that's necessary. So you know, this looks like shit. I don't like this. I don't like this. Um, I also want to have all of my things in single pages underneath. So yeah, I mean, the thing is not working hard. Working hard is what makes you money. Yes, working efficiently isn't. And I learned that the hard way. I wish I could say, like, if you work efficiently, you're good, but that's not the case. That isn't the case ever. Cat, don't play games. It's not good for you. Um, One of the things that I think happened in the US, which didn't really happen in Europe, was the multi-job. I don't know if you did that as well, but a lot of people have been like hiring themselves in like 2 or 3 companies, job stacking, I think that's the name, in remote jobs, and working for all 3 at the same time, getting 3 pays. That's interesting. Maybe I could do that. I don't know. Abdul, have a good rest of your day. Thanks a lot for stopping by on your lunch break. I appreciate that. Take care of yourself, as always, and we'll see you soon. Yeah, I think it's job stacking. Not that, but yeah. Yeah, that's basically the thing. Um, that and yeah, if you have the role, I think I clicked on that before when I was looking at these. But yeah, I mean, I wish I wish technically for the remote position, yeah. I think for a remote position like mine as designer, that might be a bit complicated to stack efficiently because I mean, getting multiple clients is a thing and that works, and I've done that in the past, but there is like a lot of meetings and a lot of things that need to happen. However, job stacking in terms of dev, um, I think that would be easier. But I mean, it's the same thing. It's like when you are in the code department, like in front end specifically, but yeah. It's mostly like you are left alone until you are done with the thing that you're supposed to do. And so technically you can be remote for like 3 companies, 5 companies, and just work on different things depending on the complexity of each job. That's a thing that doesn't really exist in France. I don't think we have the ability to job stack because in the contract that we sign, we have some sort of non-compete type of thing where it's not really a non-compete, but it's a thing where you cannot work for another company that does the same thing. I mean, it sounds like a non-compete, but whatever. But in the US, it's like, because you can be thrown off the company in a week. Oh, not even in a week, in a day, technically. Yeah. I don't think we have multiple jobs in Europe. I mean, as far as I know, I don't think we do. I think I should have, but I don't think we have that per se. It's more US thing. Yeah. I think for me, one of my CEO had a bit of a hard time understanding that I was working for myself as well as working for the company. And like I had a bit of a hard time saying that's a bit of not exactly in the contract. So I don't know. If they are not full-time, yeah. That's the thing. So you need technically 2 like 2 half-time jobs. Or you have 1 full-time job in the US and 1 full-time job in Japan. And so technically you say you live in France and you say to the US that you're living in Japan, so that you have like 12 hours of difference. And you say to the Japanese that you're living in the US, so you have 12 hours of difference. And that way you don't have overlaps. That works. That works. Hours don't overlap. I don't know. At this point, I do not know. So, I mean, if you're in France, you basically have a bit of overlap in the morning in the morning with Japan and at night with the US. So technically, like until from 8 to 12, you work for Japan because you can kind of interact with them. and then from 2 to 6 you work for the US. That's pretty nice. I wish I thought about that before moving. I don't know. I don't know. Anyways, speaking about sleep, I'm gonna go to sleep soon, I think. Now that we know what we need to do, in the next iteration. But one thing that is important for the people that are here that are dev, on Thursday we're doing some JavaScript learning. I need to learn some JS to become able to job stack, like one front end and one designer things. So I'm learning JS on Thursday, so I will be back on Thursday. And in the meantime, I'm trying to see who's live and what are they doing. There's someone who is welding. I don't know what that is. I mean, I know what that is. I don't know what they do. And no one else is live from my side. Yeah. I think hiring other people is pretty good. If you have the means to do so. I have hired other designers to work for the thing that I'm supposed to work for myself, because working for myself is not an option. I can't do that. It's too hard. So it's easier to just like hire someone that works for me and does some of the thing that I wouldn't be able to do anyways. And yeah, that happened. Kat, do you have anyone that is live? Because other than my anti-artist, I don't have much people available. And I'm not gonna send you to someone who has like 100 people in the view account already, even though I could send you to Dark. But yeah. Jed was streaming yesterday, or in the beginning when I started to check things, so that was kind of weird and kind of good, but it now not an option. I've looked at the software and game dev section, and other than me, I don't see much of the people that I know or the people that I don't know. So I don't know. Yeah. Keybind? Who's Keybind? Keybind. They're working on a PayPal integration. Let's do that. Are they speaking? Yeah. Cool. Good. Let's do that. I agree with you. Key bind. Shit. I need to type. Cool. There is no raid message ever. Anyways, I will be back on Thursday with some code. Can you believe that? So I will be an annoyance of a designer trying to learn how to do some JS. So that happened. And yeah, please come help me. That will be highly appreciated. But if you want to watch the VOD for some reason, that happens on YouTube. If you want to know when I'm live and where I'm live, if something happened during the night, this is on Discord. If you want to follow me on other socials, well, that's the social things. Do that. Buy my kit if you want.
Mom!
If you have money. And as always, I said fuck a lot. So I'll be back on Thursday join me for the raid. As always, that would be highly, highly appreciated. And yeah, running out of time, as always. Take care of yourself. Enjoy the rest of your day. And I'll see you soon. Bye. I mean, I don't know at this point. I turn off the light, but you know, classic things. Anyways, that's it. Bye.